a very good warm welcome to the Code the Future Singapore session. So I would love to have all of you joining with us for this session with an engaging mentality, and also with a lot of enthusiasm and passion, and bring in all those questions, because we do have some of our speakers who are going to talk about some deep dive things as well during the session today. So warm welcome to all of you. So my name is Shafraz Rahim. I'm going to be the host for the day. During this session today, you're going to learn about Bedrock, Amazon Q, and also some of the hands-on experiences as well towards the end of the session today. Before I start off, I want to make announcements about a couple of things. So there's a photo booth outside, just in case if you didn't see at the entrance. Please take a photograph and then post it up with the hashtag AWS Code the Future. And then once you post that photograph, go and show it there's a kiosk in the front where you can go and collect a swag. For doing that, that's one. There's another opportunity as well where you can collect another swag. If you found this experience interesting, if you learned something new by being a part of this experience, feel free to share it in social media and then show it to our colleague who will be in the front. And again, there's another opportunity for you to grab another swag. So with that in mind, please feel free to ask questions from our speakers. Please feel free to engage with your colleagues, and then also take it as an opportunity for all of you to learn, and then all of you to kind of give us feedback as well, just in case if you have any about our services and products as well. Before I start off, a warm thank you to National Library of Singapore, and then a warm thank you to our AWS User Group Singapore team for coming here today on a Saturday, and big thank you to all of you, a room full of all of you, for coming here on a Saturday, especially on a long weekend. I remember during the last meetup, C was mentioning not to go on a long weekend holiday to Malaysia. So seems you have done that. So thank you very much for doing that. Quickly run through about the agenda for today. I'm pretty sure you have gone through this as well, but let me quickly do that too. So we have this opening keynote where I'll be introducing the speaker for today in a bit. And then we'll be moving on with interesting three presentations on generative AI on AWS, applications using Bedrock, and also another really cool sort of demo or an application done by another colleague of ours to showcase in real world serverless AI to virtual world sort of presentation. And then we're going to bring all these three presenters up onto the stage for you to ask if you have any questions. And then how many of you submitted PartyRock application for the challenge? Any one of you? Oh, wow. Okay. We have quite a few people. So we have picked up 3 winners, and these three winners also will be joining us here today to share some of their experiences using PartyRock. And then we're going to go with lunch break. And we have 2 tracks of workshops, which will be held for about 2 hours time. So that's going to be deep dive into what you learned during these sessions in the morning. And we'll be moving ahead with Kahoot, and then we'll be closing the day. So this is how the agenda would look like. And now, let me invite our welcome note speaker. So we have to deliver the welcome keynote, we have Raja, who is the head of developer acceleration at AWS. Yes, why not? Let's a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Raj joining with us to share some of his thoughts about this session and also about generative AI. Raja, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chef. Can you all hear me well? Good morning. Warm welcome once again. I'm going to be the cheerleader to kickstart the session today. Yeah, it's a great turnaround. I just want to echo Chef's sentiments on it. Despite this being a long weekend, thank you so much for turning around in person and virtually also. Your commitment to learning and being curious is so inspirational for me this morning. Thank you. So before we start, just to get to know you all better, quick show of hands. How many of you are building GenAI-based applications today in your jobs? Show of hands. Be proud. Raise your hands up. Okay, there I recognize that. Great, thank you so much. How many of you are using coding assistants like Amazon Q or any other incarnations of it? Okay, very few. What about the rest? Are you all skeptical about this technology? You're all, sitting and waiting on the fence to see how this goes? Yeah? Okay. Anyway, so since I didn't see a lot of hands, a little bit of inspiration would be important. So I'm going to attempt to do that, and I'm not going to use any of the technologies or AWS services in this short speech. I have my amazing colleagues, Danny, Derek, and everybody who will be taking you through that. Well, I'm a believer. I am an early adopter, and I can, with all humility, I can code a transformer model from the ground up any time of the day. So if you need to really understand in depth, about the math or the intuition, you can find me later. But just want to keep it light to start with, right? And let's step back and look at this from a little bit of a philosophical perspective, okay? After all, we are meeting in the library. We can talk a little bit philosophy, right? It's a Saturday morning. So if I ask you, what are the two great operating principles that humanity has ever invented that has shaped our civilization? If you ask you to name some top two principles, what would anyone say? Anyone wants to nominate anything? Invention of fire. Fantastic. But yeah, that's a tool, not a principle. There may be a principle behind it. I would say, this is again my personal opinion. Decentralization, right? Democratization or decentralization, number one, and dematerialization as number two. Yeah. Okay. So democratization, we don't have to talk much about it. We all know, right? We are all products of it. We know it's a great principle. It's a great egalitarianism. It promoted social order. That's fantastic today. It creates economic mobility upwards. All that's fantastic. Decentralization, dematerialization is something that we don't often talk about. I just want to spend a few minutes emphasizing that, and I will connect this with generative AI just to inspire you on how important this milestone is for humanity here. Right? So a simple description of dematerialization is, if you look at any of the levers that we have in our civilization, let's say the notion of money. Right? Notion of money. If you go back to ancient times, the money this existed in terms of material forms, organic material forms, like livestock, grains, is all the bartering mechanism that we had in the past. And you could notice how cumbersome if you lived in those times. They're not durable, they're not transactable. It's bad, right? If your livestock dies, your wealth goes away. Absolutely not durable. You can't port it, it's not portable and so forth. It's very dire and difficult times because it existed in material forms, right? So if you move it forward, when we invented money in terms of metals and coins, it's relatively better, portable, a lot durable, and yet very difficult to do transactions with. Civilization moved slower, but definitely better than the bartering system. Roll it forward to printed notes, very easily portable, easy to transact with. It's a much different material form, and you can see the acceleration in humanity that brings it. Without going into a lot of history, I'm sure you would agree with that. But today, money is even more dematerialized. It's a record in some database somewhere, which we don't even get to see. How often do we carry banknotes right now? If you are, you need to, you need to recheck it. You need to become the modern generation not to carry that, right? So today we deal with money as if we're dealing with anything on information theory. We talk about durability of the storage. We talk about bit rates and transformation. We talk about the reliable protocols of exchange electronically. So you can see through the humanity how much we have progressed because of dematerialization, and that's very important, right? Now, the same parallel, if you bring it to knowledge, again, go back to the olden times, knowledge existed in people's minds. It's very, very organic material form. Mind decays and knowledge decayed. People It's not perfect today, but we are progressing towards that. And that is how critical and important this technology is for us as humanity. Hopefully you find that inspiring enough. Let's not, let's leverage it. It's not going to be humans versus technology. It's going to be humans with the technology and humans without this technology. That's how it's going to be. So that's how critical this is. Now, I just want to bring it down to the context of developers, technologists like us, right? So one thing, even if you're a skeptic, this should give you some comfort. If you compare natural language and programming languages, the difference is natural language is what we call contextual. If I say anything like, open the window, let some fresh air come in. If I say that statement, depending on who I am, depending on who I'm making this to, this will have completely different meaning. If I am a householder, I'm a rebel, this statement means completely different things. Whereas programming language is what we call context-free. Right? There's only finite ways of writing a for loop in any given programming language. That's what context-free really means. So for generative AI technology, generating context-free output like programming languages is a lot less complex than natural languages. Yeah. So, and that's why if you use these coding assistants, it's completely baffling. It works magically well. Whether it's generating, whether it's planning how to design your application, whether it's finding security vulnerabilities, this is amazing. And there's no surprise or magic behind it. So that's the level of sort of philosophical underpinning that I got into when this technology got introduced. I was a skeptic. I started using it. I understood how things work behind, although no one can reason out why it's working. But still, there is a magical power in this. Right? So I'm just stepping back to inspire you on how to take this technology seriously and then use it for your own empowerment. And there is an array of sessions that my colleagues will be bringing you towards, getting you some immersive experience on how to use these in your regular development exercises and so forth. So enjoy yourself. And before I hand it off, once again, a bit of shout-outs to National Library teams first. Thank you so much for giving us this amazing facility. As usual, library is doing a great job to this knowledge economy of Singapore. Thank you so much. User group Singapore, really a lot of appreciations for you. And then to my AWS colleagues from Developer Relations Chef, Donnie and all of you here, Kathy. Derek, thank you for flying down from Australia just to handle that. Thank you so much. Shout out for you. And finally, the Gen Z group. If I have missed out anyone, please apologize to me. And thank you so much. And I'll be around, my colleagues will be around. Ask all the difficult questions, right? And then enjoy yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Raja, for that insightful keynote. So now it's time for us to kickstart our first session. So to deliver our first session, we actually do have one of our very own colleagues from the developer relations team. His name is Donnie Prakaso. Donnie Prakaso is the principal developer advocate for ASEAN region at Amazon Web Services. During his session today, Generative AI on AWS, this session will discuss generative AI and the role of AI engineers and how we should learn AI engineering skills. This presentation will cover some basic topics such as foundational models, prompt engineering, retrieval augmented generation, agents, fine-tuning models, so on and so forth. Because these sessions will also lead up to the Kahoot quiz towards the end. So I would say, please do take down notes. There's something new that you have learned. And though also, please feel free to ask questions from Donnie as well, if you have anything, even during the session or maybe after the session, because we'll be having a Q&A towards after first three sessions are over. Feel free to do that. So with that note, I would like to hand over to Donnie Prakaso. Donnie, over to you. Thank you. his presentation. One of the key things today that you're going to learn about is also about how to use Amazon Bedrock. Can I have a raise of hands if you have already used Amazon Bedrock? Yeah, you, of course. All right. Anyone who have used Amazon Q Developer? All right. Okay. A few have fans. So which means the objective today is actually to get all of you to try out and see Amazon Q Developer, and then that experience as well. Most importantly, when you use all these services, if you feel that, okay, hey, you know what, there's like a better way that you can do, or maybe this is something that you can improve on, feel free to reach out to any of us from the team. So we'll be able to take down notes, because Amazon, as a customer obsessed company, would love to hear your feedback so that we can iterate on our products and services. Yeah, I think Donnie's
yes,
ready.
I'm ready. All right. Good morning, everyone. See, Chef, that's why I told you that we need to put more sugar into the coffee. All right, let's do it again. Good morning, everyone. I love that one. Okay, so thank you so much for coming. This event is actually really, we structured this event for everyone, for every personas, and we're going to have fun with a lot of demos. It's going to be live demos, isn't it, Derek? Yes, it's going to be live demos, so I need your help to pray to the God demos, so everything is going to work well. My name is Tony Bracoso. I'm a principal developer advocate for ASEAN. I've been in this role for 7 years, and one in my role is actually to talk to all of you, the developers, the builders, data scientists. And this is how that we structure this event for all of you. So what I'm going to share with you is the generative AI. In 2024, we're going to have like a quick overview about Gen AI in general, and we're going to dive deep into each sessions after me, and also there's a hands-on workshop. How many of you bring your laptops? Wow, okay, so all of you here for the workshops, that's good. All right, so we designed this event based on everyone's feedback, and what we would like to demystify is that when it comes to Gen AI, people probably think about, oh, this is about generating image and generating text, right? It's actually beyond that. There's a lot of possibilities. Like, for example, you can use the Gen AI assistants to help you coding. You can use Gen AI assistant to help you to build like a social media post. You can create an end-to-end workflow, or even you can chat with your document with RAG and also knowledge base, right? So this is something that we have in mind and we want to share with you in this event. So this is how we structured this event. So before this event, we had this Party Rock challenge. So thank you to all of you who have submitted your applications. The next one is actually this main event. So this is the main event. So we have sessions and also hands-on workshops. And after this event, we also have another surprise, which if you want to write down your knowledge, we can give you some prizes as well. Now, quick question. How many of you here are interested with Gen AI? Raise your hand. Right. Hold your hands, hold your hands, hold your hands, hold your hands. How many of you think that you have a technical competencies or skills to build application? Right. So I will say around 50%. Okay, you're done. Thank you. So I think that's a really good testament on how that we structured this event, because when we want this event to give opportunity to everyone, there's a lot of persona which I will cover it in the next slides. But the first question when it comes to generative AI, the question is, where does it fit? So we all know the evolution of AI, and then we have a machine learning, and then we have deep learning, a subset of the machine learning, which we have a neural networks, and then we have generative AI. It's powered by foundational models, trains large data sets around the internet. And the next question that we often receive from people is that, okay, so we have this machine learning in the past. We have the supervised learning, we have unsupervised learning, we also have semi-supervised learning, and we also have reinforcement learning, right? So how does it differ with Gen AI and foundation model? And why it becoming a hype? Why everyone is keep on adopting Gen AI? So I think this is the best way to answer that kind of questions. So on the left side, we have the traditional machine learning model. And we have a couple of tasks that we want to achieve, like text generation, summarization, information extraction, Q&A, even chatbot, right? But to achieve the goals, to finish all those tasks, we need to create each of the models. Let's say that you want to build a model to extract information. You need to create one model. But let's say that you want to translate your documents, you need to have another model. And for those of you who have trained, who have a build data sets, who have trained, deploy at scale machine learning models, it's actually not an easy task. But how many of you have trained machine learning models? Let's say supervised learning. Right. Good. So this is not an easy task. Imagine that you have 10 tasks that you need to do. You need to build 10 models, and that costs you times and efforts and also money. And on the right side, we have foundation model, which is amazing because with one model, you can do various of tasks. You can do text generation, you can summarize, you can do information extraction, you can practically do anything that we usually found the use cases in the traditional machine learning model, which is amazing. So where are we now? So throughout the years, I believe it's starting from late of 2021 to 2022. On the left side, we have system components. This is the building blocks. We have these large language models. We have diffusion models to generate image, and we also have these embedding models. And this kind of the building blocks on FM, it helps us to open up opportunities, like for example, to build applications for chatbots, to implement better customers experience with the customer service agents, or even for our development tools, like we can have a pair programming and we can have architecture assistance powered by GenAI. So this is amazing. And again, throughout the years, I think I've started to dive into GenAI starting from 2022, and I keep on collecting feedback from all of you. So what I realize is that there are three different personas. There are people who want to use GenAI. There are people who want to build applications leveraging GenAI, and there are people who want to leverage GenAI to provide tools for everyone. Right? So there are three different personas, and this is one example for them. Like they want to learn, they want to use GenAI to learn, they want to code faster, they want to troubleshoot their systems, or if they want to build, they want to integrate the powerful features into their applications, or even they want to build foundation models from scratch. So we understand that you come from different backgrounds and different technical skills. So this is why we structured this event with curated sessions and also hands-on workshops. And I think this is a really good testament on how AWS want to democratize GenAI for everyone. So I think, have anyone of you attended AWS Summit this year? Right, so most probably you have seen this slide, but probably that you need some, so for the rest of you, you probably didn't attend, and I want to explain why we designed this kind of layers. So on the bottom layer is actually for those who want to provide. We provide you infrastructures to build FM models. You can use Amazon SageMaker, you can use AWS Trainium and Inferentia, all the chips to get you build your own large language models. On the middle section, we have tools to build with LLMs and other foundation models. We have Amazon Bedrock. And this is actually the central gravity of this event. For those of you who will attend the workshops, two workshops today, you're going to get your hands on the tea with Amazon Bedrock. And on top layer, we have Amazon Q. If you haven't heard about Amazon Q is really amazing. It helps you to code faster with the Amazon Q developer, or even if you want to build your own rack, you can use Amazon Q Business. Right, so this is one of the reasons why we structured layers on GenAI on AWS. Now, other thing that we put really into this consideration into this event is the learning path. So some of you probably start building RAG, but some of you probably miss out the skill on prompt engineering. Some of you probably started with prompt engineering, but some of you probably don't know what's the next steps on what are the things that you need to understand. So this is the learning path that we built. The first one is that you need to have skills on prompt engineering. It's a must. right? So because some of the times I saw developers using these GenAI applications, and they use it as a conversation basis. Like, hi, how are you? No, this is not a conversation basis. You don't interact with GenAI with that kind of prompt. You don't treat them like a human. They are machines. They are models within a machine in a system. So, and then also there are a couple of aspects that you need to know when you want to design your prompt. There's another emerging approach to prompt engineering, which is called prompt tuning, which we will not cover, but there's something that you want to dive deep into. And then the next one is that we will talk about foundation models. There's a lot of FMs, right? There's a lot of foundation models, and the biggest question is that how to select them. And then we're going to cover the RAG retrieval augmented generation. We have our community speaker, Mani, here. Where's Mani? Somewhere around. So Mani is going to share with us on how that you can build your RAG using Amazon Bedrock. And we have agents, tools, and function calling, which is really amazing. And we have Derek here who's going to show us on how that he used Minecraft as part of the agents demo. And lastly, we have fine-tuning and continued pre-training. And that will be covered in the second workshop. Right, so your first step, prompt engineering. So prompt engineering roughly emerged last year, 2023. We use prompt engineering to solve a couple of tasks, like text generation, text summarizations, into more complex tasks, like translation and sentiment analysis. But in a nutshell, prompt engineering, this is how I love to explain prompt engineering, like turning this prompt, hi, can you help me to write a social media post, into something like this. You are personal, you are friendly, polite, and casual, you help with blah, 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 blah. You give them persona, you give them this context, you give them more information to get better response. And we're going to dive deep into prompt engineering with my colleague Betty. She's going to cover prompt engineering in the first workshop. You will learn about how to add context, how to add persona, be more specific, and understand a couple of prompting like one shot, few shots, and also chain of thoughts. Right. So probably for most of you, if you're not really familiar with these keywords, not to worry. It sounds complicated, but it's actually really easy. Yeah. Okay. So and the most practical way to learn prompt engineering is actually PartyRock.aws. So with PartyRock, imagine that you can build your GenAI applications for public without requiring you to do any coding. So if you want to learn GenAI, you want to learn prompt engineering, you can use PartyRock. You will have this set of foundation models to choose. You can generate image, you can generate text, you can build chatbot within PartyRock. And the best part is it's free. Right? So if you want to build GenAI apps, this is the first go-to. Right, so we're moving on to the foundational models and model selection. As you might know, that we have a lot of FMs. Right. So, but these are the most. This is the leading providers that's mostly used by organizations and also builders across the world. And fortunately, these models they are available in Amazon Bedrock. But again, the next question is that it's good to have Amazon Bedrock so you can access all those FMs. But again, the biggest question is the model selection. How can I select these models? How do I know? So there are 5 aspects that you need to understand. The first one is hosting. When you host your FMs, you need to decide whether you want to open it as an API, you want to host it in a server, or you want to host it in your local. Like for example, you host it in local using Ollama. How many of you hosted your FMs locally with Ollama? Right, quite a few, right? The next question is that the modality. So the modality, the best way to understand about the modality is that what kind of task that this FM can achieve. You can you want to generate text, you want to generate image, you want to generate embedding, or you want to have multimodality like generating text or understanding images. And capability as well. So each models, they are designed, they are built differently. You can use this FM for doing specific reasoning. You can use this FM for chat or customize. And the next part is speed, obviously. And lastly, the most important part is cost. Right, so these are the 5 aspects on how that you need to select your models. Okay, so I have a demo on Amazon Bedrock. So in case that you haven't tried Amazon Bedrock is amazing. Not because I work on AWS, right? But because with Amazon Bedrock, you have this variety of models that you can choose to interact with. Like for example, I use chat here, and then I can just choose, like for example, I want to use Claude. Like this. Like for example, I can write a prompt like, I'm Derek, I'm a developer advocate at AWS, I'm half Irish, half Surabayan. Okay, that's good. Write me write a story about me. Oops. Okay, and then you just need to run it. It's cool. You can even generate image with the other FM. See, but you can get the most out of Amazon Bedrock by using the SDK. Is it too small? Right, this is too small. Here, this is too small. Yeah. And so I don't want to dive deep into the code, but I just want to show you how simple it is to interact with Amazon Bedrock API. So first, you need to set your payload is in form of JSON. You need to use the prompt, the tokens, temperature, and also that you need to choose the model ID. Right? And then the next part on how that you can invoke the model is by just using this simple API, invoke model. That's it. Which is really amazing. And if you want to change the model, you just need to change the model ID. I have Mistral here and I have Claude here. Right? So let me try to, can I just change it? Let me try to show you how it looks like. Okay. Make it bigger. Okay, so I'm going to use the same prompt, right? So what it's going to do is that it's going to interact with the Bedrock API, the same invoke model that you see on the console, and here it is. So imagine that you can have this kind of interaction with the Amazon Bedrock in your applications. You can build serverless API, you can build end-to-end applications with Amazon Bedrock API. Okay, so let me give you another prompt. What's my name? Right? What's the response? Oh, I'm afraid I don't actually know your name. Right? That's an issue. Anyone knows why it doesn't know Derek's name, although that we just give the previous prompt? Yes. Thank you so much. $25 credit goes for you. All right. So because it doesn't have the context, right? And this is why that with Amazon Bedrock, you can use another API, which we recently announced it a couple of weeks ago. No, a couple of months ago. 3 weeks. 3 months, 3 months ago. Right. So we can use Converse API. So what I want to do, so let's try to do it again. So again, I think I can show you how it looks like. So this is generate conversation. So here, just a quick one, but I want to show it to you. With the Converse API, there's an additional parameters called messages. So you add all these context into the messages, so you can create the conversations, pass them the history of the conversations to Amazon Bedrock. Now, let's try to invoke it again. By the way, this demo just finished this morning, so regardless if it's fail or if it's success, I welcome your applause. Okay, so I'm going to pass the same prompt. Right, so the difference is that now it's using the Converse API. There's only adding one additional parameter. Now, if I ask, what's my name? Your name is Derek. Cool. Thank you. So this is one of, you can build a chatbot, you can build a customer service agents, improving your customer's experience with this kind of simple API. Right? You can deploy a serverless API, you can put it into your Docker, containers applications, but this is a really powerful API for you to use. All right, so, one more thing. Something that I think most of you, if you have used Amazon Bedrock but probably missed out, is that it has a really nice integration with AWS services. Like for example, you can use Amazon Bedrock to create a workflow. This is a workflow that I built for Innovate AI ML early in this year, that I want to create a social media post. And if you think about it, most of the tasks that you want to achieve is actually a series of steps. And that is the workflow that you see. Oh, probably it's too small. Here, I generate the tagline, I generate the post, I generate the feature image. And it doesn't require you to write any codes other than the configurations on the step machine. But the bottom line is that if you use Amazon Bedrock, you have this really nice integration with other AWS services. Or you can make it even more complex. Like for example, how if you want to run a parallel prompts. Here, can you see it? Here, it's a parallel prompt that I use 2 different FM models to achieve one simple task. Right, and this workflow is going to be useful if you are in your organizations or in your teams, you have a really sophisticated task and you can break it down into a series of steps. Okay, so the next one. Okay, so however, we've seen the power of Invoke API and also the Converse API. So a bit context about me. Before I joined AWS, I was a marketing lecturer. I published a couple of journals in Europe. And I want to use my GenAI, this Amazon Bedrock, to provide summary of my marketing journals. Right. So, but here's the actual prompt that I copy and paste from Amazon Bedrock. You're a marketing lecturer. Provide summary of my marketing journals published by X in Y around 2015. The biggest issue is that with LLM, I apologize, but I do not have any information. That's the response. Which fair, because those journals were made private. It wasn't published for public. It's only for private in a couple of universities. And LLM stops with this really good response unless you provide me with more context. And that leads us to another topic, which is agents and tools. So let's take a step back. There are a couple, there's a shift that's currently happening. So I cannot remember precisely, but it was around 2022, where we see all these monolithic models, all these LLMs starting to emerge, and we use them a lot. But there are 2 biggest issues. The first one is that they don't have much context. That's the first one. And the second issue is that it's really hard to adapt with more information. And then in 2023, we've known what we call now as compound AI system. Now, in compound AI systems, we use these system design principles, which we built the system becoming more modular, which is makes it easy for us to use different FMs for specific tasks, and it makes it easier for us to adapt. And we have agents in 2024, late 2023, early 2024. Why we want to have agents? Because at most of the use cases, we need these agents to do more various tasks, which probably the FM doesn't have that kind of capability. So again, in this use case, we have these users sending the prompt to LLM, and then we have agents to do the specific tasks, like requesting data, retrieve data, and trigger events. And this is where RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generations, comes into the picture. So RAG probably is the most well-known compound AI systems agents implemented in the world at the moment. And the task is to request more data and retrieve more data from your own data, which the LLM doesn't have any context. So imagine that you have a private documents and you want to load it into your applications so you can have a chat or gain insights. Basically, that's retrieval augmented generation. Now, so how does it work? So before RAG, I've known about semantic search. How many of you are aware about semantic search? Right, so only a couple of you. Now, RAG doesn't emerge instantly. In the root of RAG, it's actually semantic search. So with semantic search, it makes it easier for you to get the similarity between the query. Like for example, if you do it on SQL, you do select fields from, and then you want to group or add more parameters like where. In semantic search, it's a bit different. It's like when you want to find similar products to X, and you will have the couple of products that have this proximity with the query. And after so basically in semantic search, we use vector database. Now the next question is that how that we can put the data for our documents or our records into this vector database. And this is when we use embedding model. So remember, there are a couple of FM variants. There's a diffusion, there's LLMs, there's also embedding models. So embedding models is used to convert your documents into numerical representations in forms of vector, and then put it into the vector database. There are various variants of database that you can use. But my go-to, my personal favorite is Postgres. You can use PostgreSQL with PG vector extension to store the vector database. Now, this is lead us to another features which I really love in Amazon Bedrock. It's called knowledge base. So knowledge base, in a nutshell, is actually a fully managed end-to-end implementation of RAG. It's super easy. With knowledge base, you have your documents, upload into Amazon S3, and then you set in knowledge base, you wait, and then it's done. And then you can chat with your document. That's it. Now, the biggest question, I mean, for you, if you're just getting started with RAG, we might sound that, oh, that's super cool. But for most of you who have implemented RAG, you probably have more advanced questions. Like, for example, chunking the data. Right. So don't get me wrong. Even the knowledge base features in Amazon Bedrock is really powerful and super easy for you to use. You also need to understand about how to chunk your data. So there are a couple of strategies on chunking. So I just want to remind you that you still need to do this heavy lifting on chunking. But what I really love in knowledge is that you can have around 6 or 7 strategies, starting from default, which is going to limit by 300 tokens of your document, to semantic chunking. So my recommendation would be, if you want to implement RAG, try knowledge base. It's super easy for you to use, and there's a lot of variants of chunking strategy that you can use. So, oh, demo. All right, demo, another demo. I'm not sure which demo that I need to show. Which demo? Oh, okay, so this demo. Oh, this is not. This is prompt management. Okay, so this is knowledge base. Like, for example, I have everything. So I'm uploaded my documents in Amazon S3. So let me check about my data. This is the, okay, so this is the one. Yeah, so I put everything on Amazon S3. if you can see here, this is all of my journals. I published about medium maximization approach. I introduced monochromalities. I even have this, my thesis. I put everything here. Now, what I want to know is that I want to check with this, with my documents, and I can just simply put it here. Like, for example, you are a teacher. Explain to fifth grader on what medium maximization is. Is it too small? No. Okay, so it is much better now. Okay, so here's the response. This is medium maximization, blah, 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 right? But something that I really like is that I can get the source details. This is the source details of from where these LLMs took the response. And this is really amazing. Why? Because we've been expecting this hallucination issue for the past few years. But with this, and you get the source, the documents where these LLMs getting the reasoning and putting the response, you can trace back and validate if it's hallucinate or not. And this is really cool. So if you want to learn about, want to implement RAG, I really I encourage you to try Knowledge Space. Do I have more demo? No, I don't think so. Right, so that's Knowledge Space. If you want to dive deep into RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generations, I will highly for you to read this really nice article by my colleague, Suman. Suman is actually our machine learning guru. Yeah, so it's really cool. It will teach you on how that you will understand factor embeddings and RAG as well. Right. Okay. So moving on. It's cool. Now we can invoke the API to get the response or generate an image with invoke API from Bedrock, or even building conversation with Converse API, or implementing RAG to chat with your data. It's super cool. But there's another issue. Like, for example, how if I ask the LLM the weather of Singapore right now? Now, this is a real-time data that we are trying to achieve here. Right. So even that you have uploaded your documents and then put it into knowledge base, it will not have the sufficient answer. Right. So it needs to get data from somewhere else. In other words, it needs to do extra tasks that in your LLM. So agents, in a nutshell, and this is the agents for Amazon Bedrock, is going to decompose into steps using available actions, and then we'll execute the actions. It observe the results and think about the next steps and loop until it will find a good answer for you. Now, if you want to dive deeper into this kind of approach, you can try to find ReAct. So ReAct is actually reasoning, act, and trigger events. And you probably ever heard about tools? How many of you heard about GenAI tools? Right. Now, when it comes to act, to get the data from API to book on behalf of you, like for booking the hotel or trips, those are executed by tools to do some kind of actions. So if you want to dive deeper into this kind of agents, I will strongly recommend you to find ReAct as the keyword. Oh, I have demo on agent. Okay, so in this demo, I'm not sure which is this one. Oh, okay. So in this demo, I want to know what is the weather in Singapore. No, in fact, I already tested the prompt. So now the current weather in Singapore is 28 degrees. Maximum temperature is 28.99 degrees. Humidity is 81%, right? Now you'll be probably wondering how I can get these informations. It's actually coming from the open weather. So this is another cool tool, another cool feature from Amazon Bedrock. You can extend the action with Amazon Bedrock, with a feature called agents. Now here in this case, you can execute AWS Lambda function or you can just execute an open API schema, pass it to agents, and it's going to execute the post method or get method for you, and you can get the response. So what does it mean? That means that with Amazon Bedrock, you can do a lot of various things. It opens up opportunities, starting from invoking the models, generating a simple text, generating simple image, building a chatbot, chat with your data, get the insights. Like, for example, if you're working in the legal industries, you can load up 1,000 documents and get the insights about various cases. And now you can extend the actions of your FMs, of your applications, using agents. So these are the 4 things that we will dive deep later on in the next session and also in the workshop. Okay. And lastly, fine-tuning and continuation training. So probably some of you not really aware about the difference between these two. So if you have implemented a proper prompt engineering, or if you have implemented prompt tuning, and you select the right models and you still didn't get the response that you want, so you can use fine-tuning. So fine-tuning is actually one of the a good approach for you to get more accurate responses. Now, what's the difference between fine-tuning and continuation training or continue pre-training? Is that if you want to have your models to specialize on specific fields, and it doesn't have all these vocabularies or concepts, you can use continuation training. In Amazon Bedrock, you can use continue pre-training. That's the feature that we have. And most of the times, this is going to be is the last options usually, because it's quite complicated. So what we usually do is that we do prompt engineering first, and then we do prompt tuning, and then we do RAG, and then fine-tuning and continue pre-training if you still don't get the right responses. But fortunately, we have this privilege for you to understand how to do the fine-tuning and continue pre-training with AWS LOL. I know, what a catchy name, right? LOL, League of Large Language Models. And this is happening in the other workshop. I think it's workshop number 2. And you can participate in Singapore Nationwide LLM League. I highly encourage you to join. This is happening in September 8, 15, 21st, and 28th. It opens for everyone. So if you really want to understand about fine-tuning and continue pre-training, please join us. This workshop is actually, one of the leaders is our friend, Ray. Yes, Ray Go is over there. And you will meet a lot of folks coming from the GenAI community to brainstorm with or to learn from each other. So yeah. So if you have any questions, please reach out to Ray regarding these LLM workshops. Right, so I think that's the end of my sessions. Hopefully this gives you a good foundations on what you will expect and what you will learn and what you will do in your workshops in this event. As always, give me your feedback. Let us know about your thoughts, or if you have any questions. We do also have a Q&A after the 3rd sessions. All right, so thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the event.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Donnie, for that presentation. Hopefully, if you didn't know about Bedrock, fine-tuning, Amazon Q, etc., hope that you have like a general understanding about how things work. But you can definitely deep dive into all this information in track 1 later in this evening. Or afternoon. All right, so I think we are running behind about 15 minutes. So let me introduce our next speaker for the day. So we have very interesting speaker coming from the industry, and he's also a AWS community builder as well. He's going to talk about building RAG-based generative AI applications using Amazon Bedrock. He's none other than Manivandan Palnichami. He's a vice president, technology manager at a financial industry company. So he's going to, in this presentation, he's going to cover as a fully managed foundational model hub, Amazon Bedrock unleashes cutting-edge capabilities for developing full-scale GenAI applications. This session delves into popular LLMs, multimodal FMs, such as Anthropic LLMs and Stability AI, providing deeper insights into these models. Attendees will witness a live demo of RAG workflow-based GenAI applications built on top of Bedrock capabilities and showcasing platform's capabilities. So without taking much time, I would like to invite Mani on stage. Let's give a big round of applause to Mani. Meanwhile, Mani is setting up. Feel free to give Donnie your feedback. And also, there'll be, as I was mentioning earlier, there'll be some opportunities for you to grab some prizes, some swags at the entrance as well. Please use the hashtag AWS code the future, and then share your experience in social media, so that you'll be able to grab some swags at the front. And also, we need to acknowledge members from Gen Z community. Can I have a raise of hands from, okay, wow, okay, cool. So that is Ray Go. Ray is the Gen Z community lead. And then we have awesome members from Gen Z community as well, who will be doing some amazing work in upcoming months with AWS LOL. So please feel free to reach out to them if you have any questions with regards to the LOL championship, so that you'll be able to learn more about this whole experience. And I also want to kind of give a sort of give a sort of heads up about what you can expect at the workshop as well. I'm pretty sure you have gone through the agenda, but let me quickly do a sort of a coming attraction, sort of blooper kind of thing right before the session. So in the workshop track number 1, you'll be learning about prompt engineering and building generative AI applications using PartyRock, Amazon Bedrock, and Amazon Q. So that's the track 1 of the session. It's mostly level 100 and level 200. If you're someone new into this whole scene, please feel free to join that track. The second track is accelerating innovation with generative AI using PartyRock and then LLM League as well. So that's a little deep dive into the things, how it works in generative AI application world. So it's up to you to pick which track that you want to take. So both the sessions will be happening here as well. So feel free to stick around right after the lunch. All right. So I think Mani is ready to take over. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
All right, Mani, over to you. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Hope you all could hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So first off, I want to thank AWS and AWS User Group Singapore for providing me with this opportunity to share some insights on building GenAI applications on AWS Bedrock. My name is Manivannan. I work as a VP Tech Manager for Bank of America. In this presentation, so before this, I think Dhoni gave a fantastic opening session on generative AI. He touched almost all the areas I wanted to speak about. So as a sequel in Code for the Future series, so I'll be sharing some insights on building GenAI applications on Bedrock. All right. So again, I'm going to ask the same question. So how many of you really have done some hands-on with respect to GenAI? Maybe building an applications or invoking APIs as part of your existing app workflow? By show of hands. Okay. All right. So let me start with some background, right? So I'm sure Dhoni has covered a lot of ground, but still, let me give some interesting stories behind the evaluation of Gen AI. So let me recall an interesting story. It was 2012. Still, deep learning was a new term for most of the people, even in tech industry. Google has built their deep learning network without knowing what to do. They let the deep learning network to watch 11,000 hours of YouTube videos. And then they thought, they could report something seminal after finding out what it really learned. But unfortunately, all it learned was how to identify a cat with 4 legs and a tail. That's all it could do. And that's when there was no hope on deep learning evaluation. But things got changed when ChatGPT was launched and broke the internet early in 2022. So what changed now is I won't say just not the hardware capability or computing power. Definitely, we need to give a due credit to a theory proposed by few scientists in this area. It's called attention is all you need. It's a theory proposed by, if I recall the name, Viswani et al. So this group proposed this paper based on which the latest foundational models are built. So the bottom line of building any foundational model is basically training the model on vast set of data, including the data from Wikipedia, internet, and textbooks, and assigning a weightage to each underlying token. It might look a bit mathematical and statistical for the folks who are not coming from computer science background, but this thing started materializing when foundational models started exposing APIs. So you don't even have to know the inner working of any of this foundational model, right? All the models are just APIs away. All you need to do is open up an API call to any of the foundational model, and that's all you need to do. You don't even need to know. You don't even need to evaluate or retrain anything to leverage the model's capability. Sure.
Just fix your laptop.
Yep. Sure. So I'm sure at least most of you have used ChatGPT, right? I'm sure you did. It's free. You can even try if you haven't. So do you have an idea how many tokens or parameters ChatGPT was trained on? Any number? It's in billions, of course. Most of the foundational models have billions of tokens, but especially when it comes to ChatGPT, it's one of the most successful model till date. Any idea? So this information is not public yet, but NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang dropped this juicy nugget when he presented, I think during his last NVIDIA Developer Community Day. ChatGPT model has 1.8 trillion tokens. It's the largest ever known public information, right? So Llama is in few hundred billions, but I think no other model has claimed that they are trained on trillions of parameters. So with that, so today let's limit our discussion only to AWS Bedrock. As I said, Dhoni has covered a broader ground, so I wouldn't be willing to go around. So I will limit my discussion only to Bedrock. So this is the agenda for next 20-25 minutes. So let's look at the generative AI ecosystem that AWS has so far, right? Amazon wants to present its generative AI capabilities in 3-layered stack. The foundational stack being SageMaker. Some of you must be familiar with this platform, SageMaker. it opens up capabilities and empowers the developer community to build, train, and test models from the ground up. It's a workshop where you can, have access to all kinds of tool to do it yourself. And just not it opens up opportunities to work with fine-grained controls. Also, it allows you to explore the capabilities of most advanced hardware in the world, including some of the latest hardware from NVIDIA. So it provides both the developer platform and infrastructure capability. And it's purely meant for developers, of course. And then comes Bedrock, which is sort of a middle-level stack. So Bedrock is fully API-based again. So you don't have to down to the detail and calibrate its parameter. Most of the multi-model foundational models are just API away. So you can leverage Bedrock capabilities even if you just know how to invoke APIs, right? Besides the foundational model, Bedrock offers guardrail, agent, and knowledge-based capabilities, and with some customization option as well. Then comes your Amazon Q platform, which is meant for people without coding skills. So it's in modern slang, you can call it as a platform. You don't need to know any sort of coding to leverage the capabilities of Amazon Q. It offers Business Pro and QuickSight Code Whisperer tools. So if you are someone who have vast amount of data and you don't know any programming language, which is absolutely fine, you can just dump the data into Amazon Q and you can spin up a web experience. It immediately enables a chat experience to chat with your data. So to do this, you just need to do a few clicks and it's ready within a few minutes. Everything goes behind the scenes. It's completely transparent. It's totally black box to you. So this is one of the area where people without coding skill can take advantage of the GenAI capabilities. Right. So within this, we will take a deeper look at Bedrock capabilities. So these are the broader areas within Bedrock. I think, again, Dhoni touched upon almost all the areas, so I will just keep my session succinct. So as of today, AWS Bedrock offers 33 foundational models. Mistral being the latest addition in the list, Llama being the most famous, and Anthropic models are really capable on board with ChatGPT models. You may wonder, why just 33? So if you look at Hugging Face Model Hub, you have 820K model as of this morning. So that is addition of new models every now and then, if not every hour. So Hugging Face lists close to 820K model in diverse set of categories, right? But AWS offers a limited choice of 33. And if you ask me why, I don't know, I don't have the answer why, but there could be definitely reason behind this. There could be reasons with interoperability and maybe the contracts with the model provider, and probably AWS has cherry-picked this model from the vast set of options available, right? And these models probably cater to all wants of an enterprise. For example, most of the models are LLMs typically, and some are image generators like Titan model, and there is one from Stability, and some are embedding models. Again, Titan offers few text-based embedding and multimodal embedding, and some are purely powerful text generators like the Claude Sonnet type from Anthropic. And so you can also bring in your own model. This is one underexplored area. If you have a foundational model built on SageMaker, there is a way to export that model into your Bedrock. And besides this, AWS offer a lot of auxiliary capabilities like building agents and building knowledge bases and evaluating the models, then building guardrails around it. So guardrail is one of the area which gets a lot of attention these days because large scale enterprises and as well as the regulated entities like financial institutions always care about privacy, ethics, integrity, and security a lot, as you're aware. Guardrails opens up the door to enable security, privacy capabilities to your GenAI workflow. As Tony gave a demo on knowledge base, it's purely meant for non-developer, where you can take advantage of knowledge base capability to skip data chunking, data loading parts. Knowledge base services take care of it. Let's say if you run sort of developer capacity, then you can directly leverage knowledge base. Then agents is sort of orchestrator, I would say, because agent doesn't assume just a single responsibility. Agent can orchestrate generative AI flow according to an enterprise capability needs, right? So this is a quick overview of Amazon Bedrock. And I will run a quick demo on a RAG-based workflow in few minutes time. So when talking about generative AI, people typically talk about three options to take advantage of the generative AI capabilities in any platform, right? So first one being prompt engineering. This is not really an engineering, if you ask me. So computer science, electronics, mechanical qualifies to be an engineering discipline. It should be prompt technique, in fact. So as the saying goes, it's not Miss Universe, it's Miss World, please. So the prompting technique where you can build your prompting capability and tune the model to respond to your needs. Then comes RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. This is a widely adopted technique in building generative AI applications. And I'm going to run a demo on this in short while. Then comes fine tuning, where you will fine tune the model for your level of proficiency and expectations. So the model would match your expectation when it puts into production. So this order is given in terms of complexity and cost, a prompt engineering or the prompt technique being the lowest on cost and complexity factor. Then RAG is placed in a mid-level. Then fine tuning is perceived as a complex and cost-intensive technique, right? So that's why most of the generative AI application development decision leads towards RAG development. So this is a generic pattern to build any RAG application, right? So this is a cloud agnostic pattern. So typically you start with the data. You have a lot of data. Then you have to find a store to dump the data. And when you ingest the data into a vector store, you have to curate the data and you have to junk the data in such a way that this data is going to be really effective for semantic search or retrieval, right? So again, Tony touched a lot on chunking technique. So data chunking primarily, comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. So when you have to let the data to overlap a lot, now of course you will end up having a lot of redundant data in your store. So it comes with trade-off, definitely. So once you are able to junk the data and then convert them into embedding, then you're going to ingest into a data store. So there are a lot of offerings these days. AWS has AOSS, Amazon OpenSearch Data Service. And you have Pinecone, you have Postgres with an extension called PG Vector, and Oracle's also enabling vector-based data search. Then Redis Enterprise version offers vector-based capabilities. So there are multiple choices, but even you can dump your data into a local file store using LangChain, Llama Index libraries, right? So this is the data ingestion flow where you have data streaming in from all directions in an enterprise setting. So it could be coming from files, it could be coming from data sources, it could be coming from other ERP software. So you have to build a pipeline to streamline this data, curate this data, and junk the data with some overlaps or using the best practices. Then you pump it straight into a vector store. So this is the data ingestion flow. Then comes your generative AI workflow, where user is going to send a different set of prompts. It's a good idea to place an agent to run this kind of prompts if you are building a complex enterprise workflow. So this agent can come in all flavors, all sizes and shapes. So for example, when you use ChatGPT, you ask ChatGPT to do a diverse set of tasks, right? So you pass the text, it replies, and you ask ChatGPT to draw an image, it draws an image. But ChatGPT merely is an LLM. But behind the scene, it's called MOE, mixer of experts, where there is an agent sitting, and the agent is interpreting your query, and it is diverting your query to different set of models in the background, right? It's not the always same model doing the same task, or it's doing different tasks, but the agent orchestrator redirects your queries to different set of model and consolidate the result, forwards it back to the UI, which is your chat screen. Likewise, it's a good idea to have an agent always sitting in the workflow, fronting your prompt queries, so that the agent is capable of deciphering your query and then forwarding it to different targets and collating the response before it forwards to the user. Okay, so that is the agent pattern. So typically the agent sends the query to a vector database to perform a semantic search. So let's say I have a PDF document with some transactional data, right? A bank statement, let's keep it that simple. And I pump my document through data ingestion pipeline, it goes and sits in the vector database. Now I send a query to find out my transaction for the month of April. Then this agent is going to pick this information from your vector database, but it cannot do a direct query because the direct query will find an exact match. It will always try to match the records which satisfy the query condition. But semantic search matches based on the context. So when I look for a car, a normal search would always find a car from the database. But a semantic search will also find other objects tagged as automobile. So that's the difference between a semantic search and a normal search. So your agent will retrieve the data based on the semantic search from your vector store. So now you have retrieved enough information. So I send a query, agent helped me to retrieve the relevant information, but agent still cannot answer my query based on the information retrieved from the database, right? And that's why you need an LLM. So now LLM will receive your retrieved data and then the user query. It will infer the final results and then forward the final results to the user. So this is the pattern used in 99% of the Gen AI application. This is a generic pattern. But of course, based on the complexity variance, the agent workflow could be really a lot complicated in real world, right? So I think we covered this topic, but again, to give a sense of the design decisions you have to make during rack workflow architecture or making a design choice. So you have to look at these factors when it comes to model evaluation and data chunking, vector store, and guardrails. So when you evaluate a model, typically you will rely on a third-party model evaluation results like ChatGPT Arena or MT Search, or you can do your own model evaluation based on the tools offered on Bedrock. Then data chunking technique, you can come up with your own data chunking technique, or you can leverage the automatic data chunking technique provided by Knowledge Base also. Then vector store, we just discussed broader array of options in this area. Then guardrails, AWS gives you a built-in guardrails on Bedrock platform, or you can choose to do your own. You can plug the guardrail as part of your agentic workflow on Bedrock. So with that, I'll run a quick demo on Bedrock. So this is the data retrieved from Google. So this is nothing but the HTTP resale transaction data from Google. This belongs to year 2022, so don't be surprised if you look at the numbers today. Yeah. All right, so this is a subset of data retrieved from Google. This typically is raw data, right? So year, location, the flat type, block number, street, and the resale value. This data is from Google. It's not curated, it is a raw data extract. If I use knowledge base, I don't have to do anything. I can just dump this data into knowledge base. It will take care of curating this data, junking, and then ingesting into its vector store. But the application I developed was from the ground up. So this is a Python-based GenAI application built using AWS SDK Boto 3. So I have an ingestion workflow which converts this data into a raw form. Then it is dumped into AWS OpenSearch service. And then I built a chatbot using Gradio. Yeah, so this is the Gradio based web chatbot. So this data is already ingested into AWS OpenSearch AOSS service. And this chatbot is sitting in my desktop. Everything else resides on the cloud. The data is in AOSS. And the data was embedded using Titan embedding models. And my LLM is going to be AWS Claude Sonnet 3. So I'm sending a query. This is a pre-compiled query. I'm sending it to the model. So what happens in the background is this is now sent to my local agent. And the local agent sends a semantic search to AOSS service to fetch the relevant data. Once the data is fetched, now both my query and the retrieved data are combined and sent to Sonnet model. And Sonnet model gives the final output, which is again sent to my desktop and it's displayed on the screen. So I asked a question, what's the highest price a 4-room flat was sold at Amokyo in 2022? And I got a response as the highest price 4-room flat was sold at Amokyo in 2022 is 938K Sing dollar, right? So that matches here. This code is put on GitHub already. So I will share the link later if you want to have a look at the code and how the workflow is done. Then there are a whole bunch of queries I just pre-compiled, but in the interest of time, I'll just handpick some. Let's say I want the data in JSON format, which is absolutely fine. So I'm just sending this query. So again, now the agent retrieves the data from AOSS and the data in query is sent to Sonnet. So data is raw data still. The JSON and is done by the final LLM, which is Sonnet in this case. And my final output is in JSON format. So this is a basic RAG workflow. This can be extended according to the enterprise needs. The step ahead will be plugging in a task executor in the agent. So now I have a JSON output. Now from here, let's say I have a simple task to invoke. Now I want this data to be emailed over. Then I can plug in the task. So once I have this information, the task will automatically email over this information to me, right? You can build tasks to anything you want to do. So you can send a whole bunch of queries, and I know some queries will hallucinate. That's why I'm not taking up questions from users at this point. So, this is very basic application. Now, of course, when you put this in enterprise setting and open it up to the broader audience, definitely you will encounter tons of problems with hallucination or not retrieving the right information or performance issues, etc. So there is no canonical answer to any sort of problem that we deal with GenAI application development today. It is still evolving. There are papers coming up with patterns and best practices, and this is really a good area to watch out to, right? So pretty much I'm done. So this is my LinkedIn. Hit me up on LinkedIn if you want to connect. So this demo and source code is going to be on GitHub soon. Now I will share it with whoever is interested. And there is a link for feedback if you want to share any feedback. Any question to me? After. Okay.
We'll
Great.
take
Then-
questions after all the presentations are over.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Thanks a lot, Safras.
All
Thanks,
right.
everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mani. Thank you very much. If you can keep the feedback presentation slide up, would be great as well for a bit. So give feedback to Mani because Mani is one of our AWS community builders. And then all these sessions that he's presenting, it actually helps him out to kind of upskill himself in doing even more presentation in the future. So feel free to give your feedback to Mani. And also, one of my colleagues actually reminded me to remind you that when you complete all these feedback forms, please take a screenshot of it so that where you have given the feedback form, because after you give all three feedback to all our speakers, you'll be able to grab another swag as well. I don't know how much of swags that we have made, so it's pretty cool to have more swags. Anyway, so we are moving on with our third speaker for the day. So the third speaker going to talk about something really cool, something really fun. And he's going to talk about games. He's going to talk about games. Claude Plays Minecraft, introducing real-world serverless AI to virtual world, will be presented by our very own Derek Bingham, senior developer advocate at AWS. And Derek covers Australia and New Zealand. He flew all the way from over there to speak to all of you today in this lovely rainy weather. So we'll give some time to Derek to set up. Meanwhile, that's happening. So lunch is getting prepared at the moment. So right after our Derek session, there'll be 2 more sessions as well, like pretty quick 2 ones. One is going to be around Q&As for all 3 speakers. That's one. The second one is going to be around announcing the winners of Party Rock Challenge and then the giveaways, and to see their demos of cool things that they have built using Party Rock as well. So with that, I think we are.
Hold on, no, just hold on.
No, not yet. Getting ourselves prepared with the presentation.
Share your screen. Just a-
Yeah, alrighty.
Keep talking. You're doing a really good job, Jeff. You just keep filling.
So, yeah, meanwhile, I think if you have some time, please take some time to give your feedback to our first 2 speakers, and please do take a screenshot of it as well. Another quick reminder for those who are planning to join the sessions. First workshop, track 1, is level 100, level 200. It's about getting started on generative AI applications, etc. The workshop number 2 is going to be a little deep dive into fine tuning as well. So I think Derek is now ready to go.
Are we ready online? Sorry about that. I forgot to share my screen online. And I'm just going to stay here.
There you go.
And thanks.
Let's give a big round of applause to Derek.
Hello. Hi over there. Hi over there. All the way back there. Hi, we see you. And hi online as well. My name's Derek, and I'm here today to play games. Literally play games. We're going to learn a few things about agentic workflows and Minecraft. Has anybody here ever played Minecraft? A few, only a few. There's usually more. So I'm a software developer by trade, and about 12 months ago, the whole Gen AI thing happened, and I'll admit I didn't know much about it, but I love building things. And so the best way to learn a technology, and in this case it was agentic workflows, was to build something. And so over the course of 3 or 4 weeks, with the help of Mike Chambers, another colleague of mine, we built a Minecraft bot. And that's what I'm going to demo to you today. That's my details. If you search up Derek AWS, you'll find me. Please hit me a follow. That would be cool. Okay, so there we go. So as I said, agentic workflows is what we're going to learn about today. So Rami and Donny have given us all a lovely background on everything that we need to know to start building out a bot. But in case you weren't listening to how they've described agents, I'm just going to quickly describe how I put this together, right? So when we think about agents, we think about users interacting either by chat or using unstructured data into an agent. And then the agent itself interacts with a large language model and uses tools, data, and other third-party services. So when Donny had his one of his demos, one of his many demos, thank you, Donny, one of them used a Wither API. So that was using a service. So that is how agents work. But what if how we're interacting with the agent is via Minecraft? And what if the tools that we need this agent to do are typical things that you do in Minecraft? Well, what if the agent is a bot? And what if that large language model creates some magic and helps that bot use those tools? And then iteratively works out what you as a user wanted to do and then follows your commands, which is exactly what agents are excellent at. And so we as players can interact with Minecraft, can ask the bot what to do, and hopefully most of the time the bot will do stuff. Now, obviously, there's a lot of things to do in Minecraft. So there are a limited set currently that this bot can do. It can jump, it can move, it can find things. It could also actually build stuff. So here is Rocky. So we have called the bot Rocky because it is using Amazon Bedrock. And I'll go into the architecture a little bit later. So Rocky, this is Rocky. Hi, Rocky. So you interact with Rocky using the chat. So in Minecraft, you hit T to bring up chat. So you can say to Rocky, what's the weather? Now, Rocky knows the context of Minecraft, and you can see it's raining. And Rocky says, hey, Digo, the weather is still rainy in your area. You might want to find some shelter. Smart bot. And you can then go, Rocky, can you jump? Rocky knows how to jump, and so Rocky will start jumping. You can then go and be really sneaky to Rocky and go hide. So I'm hiding behind a little building here. I go to Rocky, Rocky, come find me. Again, using the context that Rocky has, Rocky can come and try and find you. Let's see if Rocky can find us. And there's Rocky. Hey, Rocky, you find me. Smart bot. And so other commands you can do is Rocky can find other things in the environment. So ask Rocky, can you find a pig? Can you find a pig, Rocky? Rocky knows the location of the pig, so it makes sense to ask Rocky to go and find where the pig is. So off Rocky goes and usually runs, so you have to run pretty quick to catch up with Rocky, and they're running towards a pig. Now, this demo we have demonstrated in a lot of areas, and usually what people actually do is say, Rocky, can you hit the pig? This is not me. This is people using this demo. They actually do this. So we built that in. So the pig gets hit and then runs away. Smart pig. Next is the final piece for this video. This is just a little taster. I will do this live. So finally, we can ask Rocky to do another tool. I think this is where I asked it to dig. Yeah. Can you dig a hole? So with holes, you can specify to Rocky how big the hole is. And so Rocky will go and dig a 2x2 hole. Oh, look at Rocky dig. And so there is the hole that Rocky has dug. Also, as well as digging, it can also dig itself out. So when you ask it, Rocky, come here, in this instance, Rocky will build a way out to try and find you again, because Rocky really wants to help you. It is a friendly bot. So that's some of the simple things that Rocky can do that I've demonstrated. And we'll meet Rocky in person later. So the architecture, you're probably wondering how I built this. So traditionally, if you want to build an agent, and the way we started to build this out was by using LangChain. So LangChain is a way to orchestrate an agent, and you can actually run LangChain on a Lambda function if you want to. And then you would integrate with an LLM. So we were going to integrate LangChain into an LLM hosted on SageMaker. Minecraft itself is, you can actually get it as a server open source. So you can have an open source Minecraft container. So with that open source Minecraft container, you can run it on container service, which is another AWS service. So this was the initial architecture that we thought we could run and build Rocky. But then we were challenged because we wanted to present this at Serverless Days. So the name Serverless Days probably gives it away, because we needed to build and run this serverless, right? And the best way to do that is by using Amazon Bedrock, because as we've heard, it is a managed service. It's serverless. So what we did, we run the container, the Minecraft server container. Attached to the container is a client. So the client does two things. It manages state. Obviously, we couldn't do this in a Lambda, because a Lambda would run for 15 minutes and then we'd lose our state. What the client also does, it interacts with Minecraft using MindFlare. So MindFlare is an open source bot framework that you can get to run Minecraft bots. So when you run MindFlare normally, you can procedurally generate bot code. But that's really boring. Why don't we generate bot code on the fly? And that's what we're doing. And for this demo, so what you're seeing in front of you today, I'm running Minecraft, so my Minecraft account locally, and then on my laptop, and also the client itself, which I'm running in Visual Studio Code. And I'll show you all of that as we go through the live demo. Let's hope live works. And then all of that is communicating over the Wi-Fi. Come on, Wi-Fi, to Amazon Bedrock. So that is how this is going to fit together. Now, agents for Amazon Bedrock, as we've heard, is part of Amazon Bedrock. So it is a feature that you can use inside the larger Amazon Bedrock. Now, Donnie's went into a bit of detail on this. And so if you didn't catch it the first time, this is a link to give you more details on what Amazon Bedrock is and all of the models that you can use through Bedrock. For this agent, I'm actually using two. So I'm using Claude Haiku, and I'm also going to use Claude Sonnet. And I'll show you all of how I do that later. So as well as agents, you can also do knowledge bases, as we've seen, guardrails, where you can apply guardrails onto what you're building, agents, that's I'm talking about, and also model eval. But for this is what I'm really interested in. So these are the features that we use. We use prompt creation. So when Donnie talked about prompt engineering, I could not build this without the knowledge of prompt engineering. It is key, absolutely fundamentally key to this. It allows you to orchestrate and execute multiple tasks. So when you see Rocky building or digging a hole, and it asks me, how big do you want the hole? That sort of multiple tasks is what Rocky can do. And we do that through Amazon Bedrock agents. And then you can also trace through chain of thought, and key, and what we're using here a lot, is return of control. So return of control is the agent returning back to us, the caller, and asking us for more information. So that's how we're doing the chat, and that's how we're executing some of the commands that Rocky's doing in the demo. So you think of it as agentic workflow as a service. Okay, so that's all the slides I have. Now we're just going to go into demos. I only have one. So this is Rocky running in Visual Studio Code. So Rocky is actually written in TypeScript. So you can see that this is a TypeScript project that's running, and here is the connection that I'm making into a Minecraft using Mindflare commands to run Rocky. And then if we push into, this is live, so if we push into Minecraft, here is Rocky. So what's the best way to say hi to Rocky? So I just say, hi Rocky, how are you? And so hopefully Rocky says, hi Diggleby, I'm doing great, thanks for asking. I'm having a lot of fun playing with you in your Minecraft world. How are you doing today? Well, we could go on the conversation, but that's boring. So let's say I'll go and I'll do the hide thing. Different structure, different world. Hi, Rocky. Come find me. I always say please. It's good to be polite to bots. And so Rocky will locate me and come and find me. On my way. So Rocky is working. So now I am going to ask Rocky to do something. So please dig a hole. And so this is multi-action. So it's now asking me what size of hole. So a small hole. And so this will get Rocky to start digging a small hole. And then you can go, come to me. And hopefully Rocky will dig out. Okay, so we've got all of that. So finally, I'm going to say, hi, Rocky. And although I use a pig in all the demos, it doesn't have to be a pig. Go find a pig. And so Rocky, whoa, goes and finds a pig. Go, run, faster. There's the lone pig. They find it. Nice work, Rocky. So what's happening? So what's happening is, if we look back into Visual Studio Code, you can see all of these commands. So all of these commands are being sent to Mindflare. So it's getting requests and responses in through this command. Now, what it's using is Amazon Bedrock, which I have here. Let's make it bigger. So this is the Minecraft agent. And as you can see, let's make it a bit bigger. It's using Anthropic Claude 3 Haiku for this particular action. So a lot of actions like the dig command, come find me, all of those actions use Haiku because Haiku is fast. And we want a quick response time so the users can actually get a decent response. And then if you look at the instructions, this is the prompt. You're a playful, friendly, and creative Minecraft agent named Rocky. And then that's quite a detailed prompt that we then set the agent up with. And then we also have actions. So each action, so I have an experimental action, which I'll go into in a bit. But what it does, you'll see that the action is set up to return of control, and the action lists are here. So action jump, we've got action dig, description, digs a hole at the current location. Again, you need to understand prompt engineering to write these things. And also this ticks parameters. So that's where you need to specify the size, but through the conversation, we can work that out. So that's basically how Rocky all fits together. Now, let's go into the fun stuff. Rocky can build. And I usually ask people to name something they would like Rocky to build. Shout it out, please.
Castle.
A castle is a good one. Any other ones? Don't be shy. We've had rocket ships, we have trains, we've had, your imagination is your guide. What?
MBS, Marina Bay Sands.
Marina Bay Sands. Wow. Okay. What? A planet. Can you build a planet? Wow. Again, okay. Probably could, but a round sphere in a square world would look really interesting, wouldn't it? Let's go for, how about a hotel? I've never built a hotel before. Okay. Let's try that. So, hey, Rocky, can you build a small, we've got limited time, hotel? Okay. Oh, doesn't know about hotels. That's a first. Any other suggestions? Donny had a castle. Any others?
Yeah.
A ship. A spaceship. No. Hi, Rocky. Can you build a spaceship? No, Rocky. My TypeScript. Okay, let's go back to Rocky. It's getting a bit dark, so time set noon, so we can see what Rocky's doing. Hey, Rocky, can you build a house? Okay, I'm going to reset Rocky because this has never happened before, and this is what happens in live demos. Okay, so this is how you reset Rocky. This is a real live demo. Rocky, so cancel the task, clear the console, and rerun my script, which is npm. I've got it somewhere. Dev. Maybe that's the problem. No. The action is in my README. Too many demos, too many start commands. Okay, so we're kicking off again. Bot spawned. Okay, let's go back to Rocky. And hopefully, okay, Rocky's joined the game. Let's see if Rocky's responsive. Okay. Can you build a house? Oh, how about, let's be specific. Please build a house. Yay! Okay, so while Rocky's thinking, I'll show you what's happening. Not there. So what Rocky does is Rocky actually calls back. So uses return of control. And what we then say is, you are Claude, an expert Minecraft builder created by Anthropic. Your task is to design a creative, well-constructed house. And it gives it how to actually define a structure using the bot framework. It then gives it some blocks that it can use. And then what will happen is it will give you some constraints, again, as part of the prompt. So all this prompt is all, we define it. And then you get a response, which will be all of the things that it needs to build. So this is the code that Amazon Bedrock is sent back to the agent to get the agent to build. And the code for that is in build. So I've got action build TypeScript. And in here, I can define the Claude 3 model. So this build command, because it's more complex, is actually using Claude, Sonnet, and so that's why it takes a bit more time. But as I see there's a response coming back, we can see that probably Rocky is building right now. Hey, Rocky has built a house. Look, it's got windows, it's got a wooden roof, and it's got stone sides. So I think that's a house. No?
Yes.
Yes. So well done, Rocky. Shall we have one more? Should I do one more? Or have you had enough of Rocky? Please come here. Good? It cannot give, I haven't built that action, but that's a good one. So when we've demoed this, the feedback we've got is, can they get Rocky to give you something? Or can you have multiple Rockies battle it out in the best Rocky wins sort of style? So that multi-agent workflow is something that we're looking at. So, okay. Please build a rocket ship. Okay, so Rocky is really functioning now. So as Rocky thinks about that and goes away and asks Sonnet what it thinks a rocket ship in 3D space looks like in Minecraft blocks. Yeah. So what we're doing is we're inputting a indeterminate input, and we'll get an indeterminate output, but hopefully it will look vaguely like the thing. Oh, whoa! Get out of the way, Derek. Okay. So Rocky is building a rocket ship. See, flames. Rocky knows that there's flames on a rocket ship, and Rocky knows that a rocket ship sort of looks like this. Look, it's the Millennium Falcon. Again, Rocky knows that there should be glasses in a rocket ship, and there should be stone, and we've got wood, and so the last one I'll build is, please come here. Okay, come here. Sometimes you have to really, and so to get there, sometimes Rocky is destructive. And so that's one more. Please build a house for the pig. Okay, while Rocky's going away and thinking about that, I'm going to show you the QR code. So if you've enjoyed this show, please scan the QR code and give me some feedback. Please disregard Rocky's first attempt to build. Something happened there, but that's also, hold on, set time, set noon. So you can see the QR code. Oh no. Time, set, noon. Yay, there's a QR code with the pig that the Rocky's building the house for. So that's QR code. Everybody's got it. Great. And let's see what Rocky's done. Whoa. There we go. Look. So Rocky has built a house for the pig. So there's a little paddock for the pig to go around, some foliage for the pig to eat, yeah, and some shelter. Thank you very much. Oh, one more. This is all open source. So you too can build Rocky. All you need is a Minecraft account and AWS account. And the open source version of it is there. There. Come on, Derek. Having food. So build on AWS, Amazon Bedrock Minecraft agent. Go have a play. Maybe you can improve the build action to make it even better than it already is. So thanks very much, and thanks for listening. Come ask me questions. I'll be here all day. Okay, so Shaf's run away. Does that mean I can talk for more? Oh, there's going to be Q&A, apparently.
Yeah.
Is it going to be Q&A, Kathy?
Yes, it's
Ah,
going to be
okay.
Q&A. So we have wonderful 3 sessions just now, and now it's time for you to ask questions. I believe you have like tons of questions to ask our speakers, right? So we're gonna have the chairs over here, and we invite the 3 speakers, Johnny, Honey, and Derek.
I'm just going to play Minecraft. Grab your umbrella, says Rookie.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Sit in the middle. Stand. We're standing, so everybody over there can see. Yeah, you wanna fix that? Yep, we have. How are we going to do this with voices?
Voices.
I'm running
Yes,
to the
yes.
first question.
I just want to ask, what was that snippet that you added in the end? Because it wasn't able to initially understand the instruction, right? So what was that snippet that you added? Then subsequently, what the nodes that you can tune, you tune the model to be able to do the function call accurately. I think that's my question. I think.
Yeah, so
very abstract.
yeah, absolutely. So there's no model tuning whatsoever. So I was using Haiku. So the dig command, the find me command was using straight Haiku through Bedrock. No tuning whatsoever. So what we were doing, we were prompting.
It's purely a system prompting.
System prompting and orchestration.
Right. Then how do you get the function call? Like, how do you get the AI to do the function
Yep.
call accurately? And then what do you set the temperature at?
Yep. So the temperature is just default. I didn't change the temperature at all. So what the prompting does, it uses, if you look at return of control. So as I interacted with the agent, when it worked out and it knew, Derek wants Rocky to build, or Derek wants Rocky to dig, it would return control back to the client. And inside there, I have actions that tell, reprompt the model how to dig in Minecraft, right? So then I would send that information back to Sonnet, or Haiku, sorry, back to Haiku.
Was that right?
No RAG, no RAG at all. And then given all of that context, it was able to then return the commands that the bot agent needed to do the thing that I wanted it to do.
So what was that snippet you added at the end? Because ultimately it was, because fundamentally, right now it's probably the general direction of the let's say the prompt is the response is probabilistic, right? So how do you narrow that down to let's say dig?
Yep, by prompt engineering, by doing a lot of
Purely
prompt engineering.
Okay, and how do you increase the limit for the number of characters of prompts? Because there's a hard limit, right? Because I was trying it out and
So there is limit, but it is a limit, I believe. The character limit, Donnie, is tunable, and it is extendable beyond the limits that we give.
Apologies, sorry, which one?
The character limits for the models.
So that really depends on the input tokens available for each models. So that's something that you need to check on for example, if you use Claude 3, probably they have much less compared to Mistral 2048. So that's
Right.
something that you depends on the FMs.
Got it. Thanks.
So,
thanks.
yeah, and also as well as prompt engineering, model selection. Exactly like Donnie was saying. So that's why I'm using two models, one for certain actions and
Wait,
the other.
is your infrastructure like a double model system where, like in terms of basically passing the let's say the prompt through two models and then subsequently no.
So the prompt is not going through two models, right? Depending on the action. So the initial action. So once it works out, oh, Derek wants Rocky to build, then calls back, returns control, and then the action that I've coded actually has the model that I want to use in it.
And this is through this open source.
Yes,
API. Okay.
you can absolutely see it.
Got it. Thank
Cool.
you so much.
Thank you. Good questions.
Hi, enjoyed the demo. So it's for you.
Oh, me again. Okay.
Yeah, it was a really good demo. So I'm just wondering, have you tested multiple actions simultaneously? So right now it just does one action, right? Have you tried something like dig a hole, then build a house?
You can chain them. It won't. Obviously, you can't do. You can only do them sequentially, but you can chain them. So if you prompt it to do dig a hole, then come find me, it will do that.
Okay.
Again, indeterminate. So sometimes it will go come find me and then dig a hole, but you can chain the actions together.
Okay. So how do you find like small models for those kind of action sequences, like Haiku?
Yeah. So the simpler you make it, the better it is for the smaller model. That's why we absolutely dropped Haiku for building, because it was too sophisticated for Haiku.
All right. Thanks.
No worries. Thank you.
Hi, I have one question to Donnie. Yeah. So basically regarding this Converse API, right? So as we're gonna pass more and more context, do we see that the further prompts become slower because of too much data context being passed, or how will it ensure that the speed remains same? Because as we pass more and more context, right, with further prompting.
Understood. So I think it's a bit weird. Can I have mine?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, thank you so much. So the question is that when we interact with Converse API, we need to put, like, for example, in technical way, it's an array of messages, right? And that is the context. We're going to be slower. So there are two things that you need to understand. The first one is that the Converse API, it doesn't actually store persistently your messages. So it's running in the memories at the moment. And based on my benchmark, there was no slowing down in terms of performance, even when it comes to around more than 10,000 characters and then more than 25 messages. So that's okay. But something that you probably want to focus on is that how your applications can retrieve the data. Like, for example, you need to put it somewhere. You probably want to use Elasticache. You want to put it into a database, and then your applications can retrieve it and then pass it again. So this is the area when you probably might going to be a bottleneck, something that, but it's going to be, it's not really focusing on Amazon Bedrock specifically, but more on the system engineering. Does it help you? Yeah, cool. Right.
Hi, Donnie.
Yes.
One more question.
Here.
Donnie. Oh, there. Yes.
Just wanted to know what is the security Bedrock can provide, like on the search results.
Okay, cool. So the question is that the security, when I reckon it's talking about the data in RAG specifically or in general?
Two sides.
Okay.
Because we have a data in knowledge base in the SharePoint and Confluence pages and other things. So when you ingest that data, how you secure that data?
Right.
Like a lot of developers will be logging into it, but there may be some sensitive information, that part.
Yep.
And also while doing a RAG, how you define or filter the results based on the user access.
Okay, so basically your data is, so we can discuss on how that Bedrock handles the data. There are two things. The first one is the data on transit and data at rest. So on data on transit, all your calls is going to be encrypted. So it's going to be secure. So that's one. On the second part is data at rest. You have these options to enable encryption by using KMS. So you can use the default KMS or you can use your own key. Now, when it comes to RAG, the knowledge space, basically that you need to put everything into, for example, on Amazon S3. You can put an extra security precaution as well by defining your own KMS. So without that key, nobody can unlock except you. And then this is one thing that becomes more interesting is that you can encrypt everything programmatically within your applications. So that gives you an extra security layer when it comes to the data. Does it help?
Okay. Is it CMEK enable on that?
Sorry?
CMEK? CMEK? Is it enable on the Bedrock?
So that's something, I think I need to get back to you. There's a list of security layers that you can choose, but I need to get back to you on that details.
Okay. One last question. So, how many connectors does Bedrock support? Like it can connect directly to the SharePoint, or I need to build my own data pipeline to ingest the data into the Bedrock?
That's a really good question. So it is on KB, right? Okay, so Mani, do you want to, I think Mani has more information on that.
So right now, as it's listed on Bedrock capabilities site, it supports about 4, right? Salesforce, SharePoint, S3, and one more, if I'm not wrong, right?
The new one is web crawler.
Web crawler.
Yes.
So come again, sorry, it's specific about web crawler?
Yeah, just want to know any data pipeline to set it or Bedrock or?
No, web crawler will, if once you launch web crawler, it will automatically act as a web crawler, recursively scanning the URLs from the target website. So you don't have to do anything. It's all built in, self-managed, provisioned.
Okay, suppose I have a document, right,
Yeah.
one PDF, and it associated metadata will be there,
Correct.
right, like user, last
Yes.
modified item. These kind of things, how we need to embed it?
So when you launch web crawler, you have all the parameters, configurable parameters presented to you. So it's all up to you what you want to exclude, what you want to include in that filter. So on a different context, if you go to Amazon Q, I have tried this on Amazon Q. It provides a vast set of 30 plus connectors as of today, 34 if I'm not wrong. I've tried web crawler option there. So all these configurable parameters are present when you launch a web crawler. You can pretty much tune any setting you want to, like the metadata and exclusion pattern, inclusion URL pattern, and the scan depth count, etc. It's all there. I'm pretty sure it's there in Amazon Bedrock web crawler as well. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
That is actually a really good question. I owe you $25 credit codes because you give me an idea. Thank you so much. So just want to reiterate again, this is the most common use cases when it comes to RAG on Amazon Bedrock is that you put everything into Amazon S3. So you can create the data pipeline to load everything into Amazon S3, and then whereas the Amazon Bedrock with knowledge base features can pick it up, and you can, and this is one of the biggest feature that I really like on knowledge base is that you can sync programmatically when you want to sync the documents on Amazon S3 into knowledge base. So it gives you the whole end-to-end spectrum. Thank you so much.
Over there.
Sorry, this is a question for Mani, right? Actually, like, so I tried serverless, but the thing is, I was quite impressed by the Minecraft demo in terms of latency, because the thing when I was trying my like just a side project kind of thing, for serverless, in terms of the latent like response rate, time was real slow because it always has to cold start, as opposed to like a monolith structure on EC2 where you build the entire in like basically you kind of custom build it using quote-unquote LangChain or just raw dog with Python, right? So like how do you guys manage to improve that? Like the response rate was pretty quick. Like processing the functions was real fast.
Yep.
Like how do you guys manage to do that?
So I think we should have an offline discussion because we could probably talk for about half an hour on this demo, and let's do that.
Okay,
But
sure.
to answer your question, we found the same. So as I said in the presentation, we initially tried Lambda because that's the way to do these things, right?
Yes.
And then Agents was released, and we were very surprised with the response time, specifically for Haiku in the smaller models.
Yeah.
The response times are a lot quicker than what we were getting from Lambda, but also I don't know the underlying why, right? I can only assume it's because a lot of the things, there's no pre-compiled code there, right? All the code is running on my machine because we're using return of control. So if you were using, say, LangChain, code's is running in the Lambda, right?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be one of the differences. But let's have an offline discussion as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good one because on my test, that's, for example, if you use Lambda functions to load LangChain, it will going to be relatively slower compared to you use or call the Amazon Bedrock SDK directly for your Lambda functions. So basically, when you use like other libraries, like for example, LangChain or LangGraph on Lambda functions, is going to load everything, which is going to prolong the cold start. But agree with Derek. Let's have a nice discussion after this. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole, it's quite a rabbit hole, but sure, thank you so much.
It's one hell of a rabbit hole, but let's go in it.
Very quick questions on the Bedrock. So I think Mani was mentioning there's a limitation on the Bedrock, the number of models that it has versus the Hugging Face, like 28,000 of model. So does Bedrock allows you to bring your own model where you can host your own model in Bedrock and then run it instead of using the existing one, which is the base model?
So I don't have an answer why AWS has cherry-picked 33 models and put it on Bedrock. Definitely, probably none of us know why. So yes, so you can build your own model in SageMaker and import it to Bedrock platform. I haven't done that personally, but as I read the documentation, there was an option. Yeah.
Or I think that gives a lot of flexibility to users.
I'm sorry?
That will give a lot of flexibility to developers. They have a fine-tuned model and they want to bring it to Bedrock instead of using that E4 one. That could be helpful.
Right.
Thanks.
Yes, Raja, please.
Yeah,
Sure, please.
Thanks, Mani. Just to add on to what Mani said, the Bedrock hosted models, they are with direct relationships that the vendors have with AWS, and those are highly curated for production purposes. So that those are the hosted models, right? From the flexibility perspective, as you asked, you can actually bring your own model into SageMaker. So Hugging Faces and AWS have defined a standard. It's a containerization standard by which you are able to import any of the Hugging Face models into SageMaker and to have you can further fine tune or you can build an endpoint and start to use that, right? The reason is Hugging Faces is an open source platform. It's like GitHub. I mean, I even published my own model there, but it doesn't mean that it's really optimal and so forth. It's an experimental models that people publish there. So if you're interested, SageMaker has the option to bring it in as a container form. It's an OpenAI standard to bring it in and use that.
Just trying to find it first.
Yeah. Oh.
Any questions from this part of the room? Okay. We do have some questions as well. Yeah, we can finish this and then go ahead with that. Yeah.
It's me? Okay, sorry. Okay. It's regarding to the data when we use RAG, right? Like, say, for example, like financial documents, as Manivan is into financial industry. I just want to understand how we handle in RAG, specifically if you have some PII data, for example, FIN numbers or anything, and it shouldn't be sent to LLM due to security constraints. But in the response, you should get them when you are working on an internal use case. So do we have any solution for that, sir?
Hello. Yeah, so I'm sure every regulated entity has a process to send the data out of their premise. I'm sure, be it a bank or investment company or whatsoever. So you have a process, typically it's called permit to send process, right? So you have to get PTS approval to post the data out. So once it's sent out, ideally the committee that oversees the data sharing process understands the risk. Once it's out, definitely don't have a control over it. So that's one aspect of looking at how you can build a data governance around it. So you need to have a permit to send and permit to receive a governance. Secondly, I'm sure every regulated entity has frameworks to share the data with the public cloud. But going one step ahead, someone asked a question how to ensure the data security plus the authorization. So when you bring in your data within Bedrock, ideally you have an IAM role associated with your knowledge base, and that ensures that people with the right authorization is having the access to the data, not anybody else. So that's one way of ensuring the authorization. And of course, the security is satisfied by your data at rest and data in transit encryption standards. But I understand there is a risk when you send your data out from your premise, and this risk is supposed to be accepted by the governance within the enterprise.
No.
Right.
Do we have any anonymizers or something that predicts the PII data and reframes
Okay,
it?
so one thing, just not AWS, even all cloud provider assures us that your data is not consumed by them, right? It's used on the fly to derive some output from the LLM model, and that's it. It evaporates. No one stores it. So that guarantee is written and given. It's up to the finance institute to buy that, right? Yeah.
Right. So,
thank you.
So that's one way. The other way that we've seen this in a couple of so the question is that how that we can protect the PII from the documents that we have whenever we want to implement RAG. That's actually a really legit use case. So what we can do is that before you pass it to Amazon S3, you can use Amazon Macie. So Amazon Macie is a fully managed service that can help you to redact your PII based on your rules. It also have a built-in automated rules as well. And then you can retrieve, and then you can get the redacted, and you can retrieve the full informations programmatically. So it's not going to be integrated within Amazon Bedrock, but it's going to be something that you can use in conjunction with Amazon Macie to build your data pipeline to protect the data. That makes sense?
I think we have some amazing questions coming up, and there are a lot more waiting as well. But with the interest of time and people's tummies are grumbling,
This query is great. Come on.
the people's tummies are grumbling as well at the moment. So I think, yeah. So I think what we can do is we can go ahead with the announcing of the winners, and then we can move ahead with
One more question, because I promised the
Okay,
gentleman over there.
one
question.
last one.
Yes, this is your turn.
Thanks. Well, I'm just curious about the interaction between RAG and the LLM model. Just now I saw on the slide there's something called augmented prompt.
Yes.
So can you tell me more about that? Like, how do you actually formulate that prompt?
Okay, so I can take this. So RAG is basically something that is most organizations and most people love to use it because you don't need to fine tune it. Mean that it's going to reduce the cost and reduce the time. So the way it works is that, and this is the original without RAG. So you have the prompt, you give it to LLM, and it will return you the response, right? Now with RAG is actually you give the prompt to LLM. LLM will try to retrieve more context by the document that you have in the RAG. This is the retrieval, right? Getting all the context, and then it's going to augment the prompt that you pass it. So there are two more. So there are two prompts: your prompt and the augmented prompt, and then send it back the response. So that is why it's called retrieval augmented generations. So it doesn't change the LLM, but it provides you more context for the prompt to get you better accuracy. Does it help?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Awesome. No. Awesome. So if you have any more questions, our speakers are around and our friends from the communities around as well. Feel free to reach out to them during the lunchtime. Please do network. But we are moving ahead with a really interesting and an important one, which is the award ceremony of the Party Rock Cap Challenge winners. So now, in order to host this session, I'm going to invite two individuals. First person is Steve Teo. Steve Teo is one of our AWS heroes based out of Singapore, and he's also director at Horangi Cybersecurity. So Steve, if we can have you over here, that'll be great. And then Donnie, don't go. We're going to invite you again as well. So Donnie and then Steve will be conducting this awesome presentation of the Party Rock App Challenge. And then the winners, yeah, why not? Let's give a big round of applause. And the winners, you'll be seeing what the winners are getting. But most importantly, the winners gonna come over here and then introduce the applications as well.
Do their demos?
And then do their demos. Yes, why not? So Donnie and Steve, over to you.
Okay, mic test. Okay, so this Party Rock app challenge, I think, was launched last week, just after the meetup the week before, right? In total, we had 36 participants in just 1 week. That shows you how easy it is to build Party Rock applications. Okay, so for today, we are going to announce the winners itself, and also can I request for the winners later to come up to show your app, explain what your app does, right, in 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, so for the first one, it's actually the Singlish Codesmith Award. Leslie, where are you? Okay, come up. Okay, for prizes, can we invite Raj? Is Raj here? Raja? Yep. Okay. Okay, so the QR code is there. That's the QR code to the Party Rock application. Have a play with it, right? But before we give him the prize, can you just explain what your application does?
Okay, hi. This is supposed to be a simple and fun app. So what it does is educated Abeng, which is not me. So this educated Abeng would teach the user how to speak Singlish and how to use Singlish. Like you want to order a coffee with less sugar, that's why you call kopi siu tai, right? And it will respond to you in Singlish as well. So just ask probably you can just, but however, this is also a very simple rack system, because I try to kind of like to hack the system, because the Party Rock is a very basic, has a very basic features. So what I did is I make use of the Party Rock document upload widget. So that means you have to download this repository, and then after that just upload into my Sifu. My Sifu is actually my teachers of life, So just hang on.
Cannot upload. Yeah.
I think you need login.
Yeah, I think you can go on.
Okay. All right. So just hang on.
Yeah. Cannot.
Yeah, because I think you need to log into your own account.
No, you can. It's just, can I download here?
Yeah. Can we download for this?
Download left side.
Okay, download further. Wait,
Did you download
this one.
Oh, Peanut Brain?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, just give us a minute.
Yep. So as a security best practice, we will not show the authentication. Okay. So you guys just have to wait a bit, so no snooping around, I know. Right. Okay. But I think for Leslie, you can just.
Yeah. All right. So later on, we have a try, and Kevin asks the educated Abeng, who is he? And he will probably introduce himself, and whether you can ask him whether does he has a girlfriend, and he will just say that he got a girlfriend called Alien as well. And beside the chatbot, I also try to use the image generator to generate some of the local food, so that we kind of choose non-Singaporean, some of what we have in Singapore, in terms of the food, and of course the Singlish, and helping them to navigate in Singapore with the usage of Singlish. All right.
Yeah, I think we'll be sharing the link later for anyone who wants to try out. The awesome app that Leslie has created. Yeah, let me quickly do that. Yeah, you've given already. It's not connected, so I'll just.
Okay, so but the most important thing is wait. Don't go. There's a prize. Okay, so where's the prize? Hey, that's Kathy. Oh yes, where's the prize? Oh, over there. Okay, sorry. Yes. Okay, good. So he'll be getting a set of AirPod Pros. Right.
I played with what Leslie built. It's very refreshing. I encourage all of you to try that out. Thanks a lot, Leslie. Congrats.
Okay, so that was the first winner. Let's go on to the second one. Okay, so this is the Game Changer Award, and it goes to Zach. Zach here? He said he will be maybe later. Is Zach here? Oh, okay. So this application is really cool, right? If those who can see the screen, do the QR code, right? It's why don't you do the explanation? Okay, yeah. Let's go on to the...
So basically, just trying to explore how to use generative AI to help kind of do game development. So previously, before AI, there are already development whereby using a procedural generation of like game levels and stuff with this procedural calls. But with generative AI, it becomes a lot more broader to create fresh content for your games. So this is really a simple proof of concept whereby it's like kind of an arena battle, but using generative AI to kind of fresh content with each playthrough that you are playing the game. Yeah. So, okay.
Where did you get this idea from? I mean, this is really amazing. If you scan the QR code and you play the games, you sign in and play the games, it will create you some sort of a monster.
Yeah.
And then you also have this, your character have this kind of capability that you need to defeat the monsters and a couple of rounds after that.
Yeah.
Where did you get this idea from?
I guess this is a combination of all the games that I've played. So
I see.
The starting is kind of like Pokemon where you get to choose your starter monster.
Right.
And then as you win the battle, you are able to choose the option to like absorb the monsters into your monster to create a new monster.
Right.
And we try to use a generative AI to kind of create what the monster looks like.
Okay.
And in this example, again, it's very simplified. So stats skills are all not really actively used, and the users can choose kind of like basic commands. Only the final battle kind of will take into consideration like whether you use a tactical or versus defensive play, whether you win or lose the battle.
I see. Yeah. Did you ever use Party Rock before this, or this is your first time creating the apps with Party Rock?
First time with Party Rock.
Can you share with us what's the impressions, if there's any kind of feedback of how do you build the total experience building apps with Party Rock? Can you share with us?
Prior to this, I did try out building apps like through the models itself, and it's a lot more complex.
Yeah.
So with Party Rock, I think this whole process took probably just a few hours, and I was trying to look for some FAQ.
Okay.
It didn't seem like there's much FAQ, but it was quite self-explanatory.
Yes.
So it is a very, I would say, a very smooth experience trying out the building. And the only issue I guess I faced was the randomizer within here is not as random, but I guess it is also useful because then you kind of get more controlled output when you're building for this challenge.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Steve.
Okay, so for those who are interested to know what he won a Kindle. Right, it's just a Kindle, right? Yep, Kindle, yes. Okay.
How many winners do we have, Steve?
We have
5?
we have 4.
4. Okay, so 2 more to go. It's not showing up.
Okay.
So who is our next winner?
You see the screen?
Oops. Okay. All right, you go.
Okay, so for the next winner, right? So the award, this is the Wanderlust Innovator Award. Okay, and the prize goes to Rajesh.
Rajesh.
Okay, so Rajesh has informed us he's actually not in Singapore right now. He'll be back in Singapore, right? But I would really encourage you guys to check out his app. So basically, right, what he has actually done is to create a travel planner app, and you can just specify from what city to what destination and what time of the year, and it'll tell you everything you need to know for travel planning, right? So I used it. I tried like 5 different cities, combinations. I checked out the info. It was really good. Tells me everything that I needed, right? So it was really useful. It was a really useful application for Gen AI. So not just it's a more useful version of a lot.
And also, Steve, he added one more smart detail, and that is what is your budget. So it's really amazing to see all these trips. I mean, most of the responses really align with what I
There was a lot of constraints and actually the information that was coming out.
Yep.
So, I think when we tried it, we felt no, this is not fluff. This is really a very useful application. Okay, so he has won an Echo Dot, but since he's not here, we will keep it for him. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So next one.
Okay, and last person, special award. Okay, so how many of you here play board games or tabletop games? Put up your hand. Wow. Okay, so actually that's maybe about okay. So this one is really niche, right? But I'm a tabletop player, so I was like, whoa, this is good. Okay, so board game artisan award goes to Jiawei.
Jiawei.
Okay, so he has created his own personalized board game creator app. Let's see if we can just show what it does. And it's called Party Pick. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, I created this app. Basically, the use case is because sometimes me and my friend go to board game cafes. We see a lot of board games, but we don't know what board game to play because there's simply too many board games. So the idea is that we can use this Party Rock app to actually search for board games based on several criteria: genre, number of players, the duration of the game, how easy it is, and the minimal age suitable to play. So the backbone of this game is actually using Gen AI, which is actually Claude Sonnet. So after you input all those parameters into the Party Rock app, you actually generate a list of the board games based on your criteria. And it will also give you the description as well as the YouTube URL of the board game. Because sometimes you look at the board game, you don't know how it's played. It's better to understand the board game while looking at the YouTube. Yeah. So one difficulty I face with the YouTube URL is because it's using Gen AI, right? So it will hallucinate all the YouTube links. So in my Party Rock configuration, I specify generate a list of YouTube search URL. Then you actually come out with a list of legitimate search URLs. This is for the first part of my app. Yeah. So, after coming out with the list of the board games, right, I use the Party Rock app to actually ask it to explain more about the board game. Yeah. So you can actually find out more information about the board game. Yeah. Then there's another part of this Party Rock app, if you take a look at it, is people can actually use this app to actually create new board games or Dungeons and Dragons scenarios. So it's useful for people who want to publish new board games or want to print and play board games at their comfort of their home. Yeah. Then the users can also see a board game poster generated right at the end, which is actually the poster of the new board game after they have generated. Yeah. So I took about 10 to 15 minutes to create the prompt for this app. It's actually very simple, no code Party Rock app.
Right.
Yeah.
Is this your first time building this application, or using Party Rock?
this is actually my first time building a Party Rock app, and it's actually very easy. I only took about 10 to 15 minutes to create the prompt. Then I took maybe 30 minutes to actually fine tune some of the widgets so that it return relevant goods.
And also, I think I see that you're wearing the Gen C jacket. Can you share with everyone what the Gen C is?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm part of Gen C, which is a generative AI learning community in Singapore. So we are a group of volunteers whose mission is to upskill Singapore residents in generative AI tools and techniques. So we have a series of workshops in September this year. Do remember to sign up. It will be conducted by some of us, where you can learn how to fine-tune LLMs.
All right, cool. So, is there any Gen AI, the Gen C? They can reach out to you, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. Okay, so because you are part of the Gen C community, obviously that you have this prior experience building with probably more sophisticated tools, like LangChain and other tools, or even Amazon Bedrock. So, how do you find is it easier to use the Party Rock instead of building the similar apps on the other tools?
I think from my personal experience, I had an enjoyable time using Party Rock. It's actually mostly for people who are actually new to prompt engineering. And you can actually, within minutes, you can actually come out with a working app that you can apply to any use case that you have in mind, and you can also share it with your friends. So in summary, I like Party Rock very much.
Right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Photograph. Yep. So for Tia Wei, he gets a very special prize. So the other winners, right, they all got electronics, right? But this guy, he created an app for board games, which is physical. That's why he's getting a physical prize. It's a backpack. Okay. And with that comes to the end of the award challenge. Thank you, Raja. Thank you for the winners who submitted all your apps. 36 apps, very hard to decide, but we did it. Okay, Shafras, you want to give some closing?
Yep. All right. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Donnie. With that, I think we are moving ahead with an important part of the program, which is lunch. So congratulations to all the winners. So we'll be moving ahead with lunch. Couple of announcements that needs to be made. So both the workshop sessions will be happening here as well. So the track 2 will be happening that part of the room, and then track 1 will be happening this part of the room. So the NLB team have informed us for all of you, because we need to partition this this whole room. So please pick your pick your bags and go for lunch. And then you can use this part of the room for lunch if you want to come back and then eat. But don't leave any of the equipments when you go for lunch. So that's an announcement. And the timing is actually come back at 1:45. So 1 to 1:45 is the lunch time. Everything will be happening right over here. Thank you.
No.